me see. Gotta reconnect this. Did it place it? Oh, it's not plugged in. That's why. Oh, there we go. And then my PNG. Refresh. Let that take a second or two to load in. I'll check back on it later. Sorry for the background noise. My pupper is very, very excitable right now. Let me take a look. Seems like these have not reset yet. I think it resets after a certain time. Alright, so to catch y'all up, I did make it to master rank in, I believe it was, I think it was singles. Your layout is gone with the PNG if you didn't know. I'm waiting for it to load back in. Let me see. Yeah, it's still taking a second to load in. I was waiting for it to load in. Thank you for letting me know, though, Keaton. I was using a different background than usual. Let me see if this one will work. Is this one taking a second too? Oh, good. How are you? I'm doing all right. I'm doing all right. It has been a good day so far. Had a really nice conversation with a older gentleman when I was picking up some medicine. Pretty wholesome interaction. A late start to the day, filled out a job application that Jared sent my way. So I'm eager to see where that goes. This is taking a second to load in. Let me go back to the other one where it's much more of a full screen. I guess my PNG is going to take a bit of a second to load in. I didn't feel like loading up my VTuber model. So the other day in the previous season, I made it to Ultra Ball rank 3 in doubles, and I made it to Master Ball rank with a very clutch Incineroar sweep that you can see that highlight on my YouTube channel, the Alolan Professor, right over there on YouTube. Please consider liking, subscribing, commenting, even just to let YouTube know that I am here for the long run and I'm here to grind out. Trying to grind as many subscribers as possible on different platforms. I'm trying to grow here on Twitch, and I'm also trying to grow on YouTube as well. So, the strategy with this team right here, you got it. I appreciate you. Thank you. The main Pokemon that is the main feature is my Mega Ampharos. I'm not aiming to necessarily sweep, but I'm aiming to make it last while also passing off a +2 critical hit ratio boost with Dragon Cheer on my Salazzle and my Lotic. The backup Pokemon is my Goodra. I can't increase its defenses at all, but I can take advantage of rain in order to get rid of status conditions thanks to its ability Hydration. And I use Lumberry to quickly wake up from rest. Both the Salazzle, Milotic, Politoed, and the Oranguru are the main support Pokemon that I have for this team. I'll unfollow right away. No! 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 Darn you! No! Let me shout you out, Keaton. If y'all haven't already, please be sure to check out Keaton on twitch.tv/mass_Keaton. He has been grinding out the Call of Duty Black Ops campaign. Keaton, Kev, and Jerpel are like the main homies in the friend group that be playing through games, like playing through the entirety of the games, hyper focused and like completely completing them to as far as they can. Crazy, crazy stuff. I feel like I need to do better with my focus. My focus has not been there, or locking into wanting to continue a lot of the games that I play. I have to be absolutely interested and invested. And when it comes to me like streaming said like long story or long plot like video games, I don't feel like I'm entertaining enough while I'm playing them. If I'm like streaming it to an audience. So let me see. I see Venusaur, Rotom, Milotic, Garchomp, Sylveon, and a Basket Legion, and they already locked in to their choices. So this is going to be interesting. I am. Let's see. To be honest, my prescriptions have been helping for that. I might have to take a look at something or get evaluated when it comes to like my focus and everything. I had to pick up some medicine today because I was getting like these really bad headaches with the kind of medicine that when like I go for like a period of time without taking this medicine, I get like really bad headaches, like the sort of kind that have like a electrical like impulse that starts from one part of the head and it just goes all the way like through everywhere else. A little, that was probably a little TMI. That's on that's my bad. Let's see, Gudra, Salazzle, Ampharos, and I think Oranguru will be the picks for this. I think starting off with Gudra and Salazzle will be a bit of a different start. I'm a little worried about that Garchomp doing as much damage as possible because Garchomp, I've been seeing a lot more people run Garchomp with Life Orb, which I think is sort of the best course of action with Garchomp instead of Mega Evolving it. And plus, I'm just not too sold on the design of sorry, I cannot words right now. I could poison the Venusaur. So it's a Mega Venusaur. I haven't seen a Mega Venusaur in a minute. I'm noticing a little bit of a lag spike here and there. I might have to restart my PC if this continues. I'm going to go ahead and put Toxic onto the Venusaur in order to drain it of its health as the match goes on. Will-O-Wisp into Gudra is interesting. Yeah, that's a bit of an odd play there. It wouldn't necessarily affect me too much since this isn't a physical Gudra at all. This is a special attacking, special defensive, and a little bit invested into HP type of Gudra. Not intended to be fast whatsoever. Here comes the Venusaur with Leech Seed. So this might be a bulky Venusaur that is trying to get away with a certain setup or two. I think my best course of action is to have Gudra use Acid Spray into the Venusaur and then use Sludge Bomb. No. I'm going to Dragon Cheer the Gudra instead, since I haven't taken damage as Salazzle just yet. Salazzle has a Focus Sash on it, so it doesn't get immediately wasted. Example, that would have definitely have taken me out because Salazzle is a very frail lizard. Or salamander, rather. That shouldn't be... Oh, that was a crit. That's actually quite hilarious. Special defense failed. Sludge Bomb into my Gudra. Leech Seed. I'm by no means entirely worried about the Venusaur. I'm going to go ahead and Dragon Pulse into the Venusaur, and I am going to use Toxic on the Rotom. This Salazzle set is definitely a favorite of mine that I had not had a chance to use in a minute. Having a supportive Salazzle definitely catches people off guard since it's really fast and has pretty decent special attack. Here comes another Sludge Bomb into Gudra. Oh, I'm finally poisoned. Gudra's going to land a Dragon Pulse that might be boosted by the critical hit ratio. It was. Taking out the Mega Venusaur. Goodra is a Pokemon that cannot be counted out. Definitely be on the lookout for Pokemon like this. I think it's about time that I bring in my Ampharos. I think Ampharos stands a pretty good oh no. I think I spoke too soon. I'm going to aim to use Rest, and I am going to use Cotton Guard. Earthquake is going to hurt us pretty badly. That might end up taking out my Goodra and my Ampharos at the same time. Ampharos manages to survive. Goodra, however, is going to be taken out. Here comes Will-O-Wisp. That's not necessarily going to hurt us too badly. I was able to get the Cotton Guard, but I'm not sure if the Cotton Guard is going to be enough to necessarily help us to survive. I need to bring out Oranguru. Oranguru. It might be Oranguru. Trick Room, and then Mega Evolve, and then use Parabolic Charge. I'm gonna go for the Mega. Mega Ampharos is something else. So great. Mold Breaker. I'm noticing a couple of skips here and there. I might have to restart my PC. No, it was not enough to survive. Yeah, here in a second I'm gonna restart my PC just so I can keep things running. There's not really much else I can do here. I'm pretty much on my last legs here. PNG still hasn't loaded up yet. There's a Reflect. I'm literally just stalling for time. I'm guessing another Earthquake. Garchomp works really well with Pokemon that are not affected by its Earthquake, because Earthquake is definitely its strongest hitting move. And that was a crit that may or may not have mattered. I'll be sure to lock in for the next couple of battles. I'll hop back on here in a second. Just a quick little couple of little fixes. We'll be right back. PNG is still not loading in quite yet. There's another thing that I am also trying to do in the background. Let me go ahead and see if I can pull that up real quick. There we go. There he is. Oops. I'm unsure if that fixed the issue. Whose other PNG is that? Is that Jerples? That's Jerples. Waiting for this to load in. Some technical difficulties. Takes it a second to figure itself out. Oh wait, I'm not even in a Discord call right now. It would help if I was in a Discord call. Wow. Not a call, but like in a VC. Figuring stuff out, ladies and gentlemen, figuring stuff out. Then reconnect. Excuse the sounds of Nikke in the background. Let me see. Oh, there we go. No luck on my 10 pull for the new Laplace. I would like to get this character. My pulls haven't been all too consistent. Like the luck is like off and on. Today is Wednesday, my dudes. Getting everything touched up, tweaked a little bit here and there. I'm doing too many things at one time, don't mind me. Let's see. Let me re-download Nikke and pull the units real quick. Bro, you're probably going to have way better luck than I am. I know you haven't been entirely too invested or interested in Nikke, so like seeing you like get the character, like the characters that I'm trying to pull for, man. Why'd you get the new Maxwell that's out, the new and improved Maxwell unit? Let's see. Do y'all have a homie that just like does not care about certain games and they pull the characters that you pull for or like wanting to pull for and they get them because they just don't care, let alone even play the game? I think that's slowly becoming a new pet peeve. Like not like a severe one, but like enough to be like a pet peeve. Just been focused on other stuff and don't have motivation to play them. It really do be like that. It really do be like that. Other than Soul Resonance, haven't touched Soul Resonance in a minute. I think I enjoy like. I don't think I enjoy like the Bleach games as much. Like I enjoy watching the anime, reading the manga, of course, but when it comes to like that sort of game, I'm like, I'm not too invested. I'm just not too invested. Not too. What's the word? I can't think of the exact word I'm looking for. Every day I'm learning more and more about myself as the days continue on. The days are long, but the years are short. Alright, to explain again what this team was, what this team is right here. Mega Ampharos, high special attack, max special defense, a little bit invested into HP, and then I go all out with stacking Cotton Guard, Dazzling Gleam to hit both sides, Dragon Pulse for singular damage, and Parabolic Charge in order to get health back. That's the main means of keeping this Pokemon alive. Oranguru, this set has not changed entirely much. This is a max special defense, max physical defense, and HP invested Oranguru. This Pokemon takes a hot while to just outwardly try and destroy. I have it set up with support moves all around from Trick Room, Instruct, Psychic Noise, and Reflect. Psychic Noise definitely helps when dealing with Pokemon that have either healing items or moves that allow it to get healing back. Salazzle has two support moves, Dragon Cheer. Since it's really fast, I take advantage of that speed and its special attack stat. Dragon Cheer in order to boost Mega Ampharos' critical hit ratio or my Gudras. It also has Toxic and the ability Corrosion in order to poison types and steel types. Salazzle is a lot more clutch than I gave it credit for, and I absolutely enjoy having Oranguru and Salazzle on this team. Milotic is a Pokemon I have not picked up as often as I should. I might change the nature of this to something different. This was a quiet nature, low speed, high special attack, high special defense, and a little bit invested into its physical defense. I might end up changing this into a relaxed nature in order to give it a little bit of boost to its defensive capabilities and invest the last bit into HP. I think this might be a little bit better. This is a support set as well with Dragon Cheer, Icy Wind, Recover, and Scald, with the ability Competitive. I would have done Marvel Scale, but there isn't a really good means of giving myself a guaranteed burn unless I waste a turn with a Sableye or another Pokemon with Prankster that can use Will-O-Wisp onto my Milotic. I'm going to go ahead and stack that. I really need to do the Latias mount license questions. I'm a little slow. You really need to do the Latias mount license. Oh, that comic strip. The comic strip I did that you had a little while ago. That would be I'm looking forward to seeing that one. But, I mean, you've been popping off with other art ideas that you've had in there. Like the Power World art that you had. It seemed like Dre's been inspired a good bit by you as well and has been doing, spinning a wheel and, putting some of our OCs against his OCs. Hello, are you doing PvP? Of course, Pokemon Champions is all PvP. Yes, I am doing PvP. Keaton, another one that I really like was the rabbit design that you did for Nami with the black eyelids and the ears in the back for the animal hospital shenanigans. Random enemy attacks Zed. That's a good meme reference. That's the Disgaea character. Let me see. I've been inspired to do more OC stuff as well. It's just the motivation part that I'm having issues with, and keeping the focus in order to like continue like drawing and such. I lost track on what I was talking about. Gudra here is a max special defense, max special attack, and invested into HP. Acid Spray, Dragon Pulse, Rest, and Muddy Water. With Hydration, I'm able to heal myself of any status condition in the rain, hence why I have Polytoad for the drizzle. And Rest as well. So, Hydration, I think, takes effect during... It only takes effect in the rain, and Muddy Water is a good support move in the rain in order to drop accuracy. Dragon Pulse for main stab damage, and Acid Spray. I was considering putting in the Hisuian Gudra on this team because of how it can give itself more defensive capabilities. I just wasn't sure about the Steel Dragon typing. This is still pending. Then it has Shell Armor to prevent critical hits. I can see what other abilities it has. Yeah, I plan to do another Animal Hospital drawing with Zodiac. Did Zodiac enjoy Animal Hospital with y'all? When the Pokemon is hit by a contact move, the attacker's speed stat is lowered by 1 stage. Gooey sounds amazing, and I think Shell Armor is probably the best pick out of these right here. Like, if I do the battle data, they're probably going to... Shell Armor? Shell Armor... Really? In singles, it's number 3? It's not used that often? Shell Armor is used more in doubles, I see. Maybe he died first because of one mistake. I'm just happy for him since he's able to play with everybody. Since he's able to play with everyone, I'm happy for him. And finally, we have Polytoad with Weather Ball, Whirlpool, Icy Wind, and Helping Hand. 2 Pokemon with Icy Wind. Helping Hand comes in clutch and has priority. Yeah, no, this is some pretty good stuff here. You're now being returned to the title screen because the data's changed. Okay, so now it's updated now for the next day. So it resets at 7 p.m. Okay, that's good to know. Logged in for the day. Log in one more time, and then we recruit a Pokemon for trial. How many of these do I have? I don't think I have enough of these. I accept this, okay. Yeah, I'll skip this. I'm so tired of seeing Sneasler. Klefki is fun to use. Slowly considering picking up a Mr. Rime because it can get rid of screens. I'm not sure how I feel about Houndstone. I feel a bit conflicted. It's an interesting Pokemon for sure, but the Pet Cemetery vibes and having a dog Pokemon pass away and then come back as this Pokemon I don't know. I might be overthinking it a bit too much. Altaria, Primarina, Sableye, Toucannon, Liepard, Oranguru, Klefki. I think I'll pick up the Liepard for the Gen 5 representation. Yeah, but I mean, I try to use Pokemon that a lot of people don't use. I don't want to, like, use meta Pokemon because it's the way to win. Sure, like, I like to, like, get dubs here and there, but, like, I don't know. I just have this stance where, like, I rather, like, win and play with a Pokemon that I absolutely like instead of just using the mons that everybody else uses. Not denying that, like, Last Respects, Houndstone, or even Basculegion, like, they're valuable and great Pokemon, but if everyone is using them, I'm kind of like, eh. I'm just sort of like, eh. Like, no, I don't like that. Another drawing for a possible thumbnail of Shift at Midnight, where Dre has a Fizz gun from Gmod and spawning multiple landmines in the background. That does sound like a very Dre thing to do, spawning a whole bunch of landmines. I would like to play Gmod again. The last session was fun, but I think we played it for a little too long. Wasn't too organized, and once things got to like a certain point, everyone was just busy killing each other, and that got old really quick for me. Let's see. There are a good number of Pokemon that I have actually yet to use. I could grind out singles some more, or I can continue grinding in doubles. Since that is what I was starting with, I could continue here. Context. Dre was able to glitch the game to spawn more landmines from his inventory by spamming the drop key. Brother. Exploiting the game exploits. That is fun. That is definitely fun when you can find something like that in a game. Oof, there goes my neck. Gotta be careful how I sleep on my neck. So let's see. Another Basky Legion, Sandaconda, Primarina, Staraptor, Delphox, and Meowstic. 3 of these Pokemon are potential megas. I think controlling the weather will help us a good bit here. I'm looking at this team, seeing what can be done. I think what I'm going to do is start off with Goodra, Salazzle. I want to bring in Oranguru. This might be the way to go. Okay. Thank you again for gifting me the game, Keaton. I already made sure to have the game ready and downloaded for the next time if there's a spot available. Meowstic and Staraptor. This has to be a Mega Staraptor contrary sort of set. Intimidate. So I'm guessing Prankster. It went for Protect. Interesting. Psychic Terrain. If it's using Psychic Terrain, that's going to prevent it from setting up even further, though. We have 2 more spots. After we finish the current run. Alright, bet. I need to get rid of this Meowstic. Gravity? Staraptor fell to the ground. Sludge Bomb. Got rid of that Meowstic. Final Gambit. That nearly took me out. Goodra has a little bit more HP. Okay. I'm going to have to set up or use Rest in order to keep this Goodra alive. And Delphox. Oh, it's a Mega Delphox team. It's a Mega Delphox team. They were setting up gravity and psychic terrain to use or take advantage of Delphox's speed and how hard it hits with a special attack by using expanding force. That's a really good strategy. Here comes Last Respects. I hope I outspeed the Delphox. I don't. That's unfortunate. Now I was about to set up rest too. I'm gonna go for Trick Room. Expanding Force. I'm gonna lock in for work, so I'll talk to you later, homie. Have a great stream. Will do, Keaton. Catch you later when you go live, too. Hopefully work doesn't take too much longer, and it is a smooth shift for you. Smooth shift. There we go. Is this Basky Legion just stuck using Last Respects, or is it Heat Wave? Well, that's all she wrote. Oh, it is a scarfed Basky Legion. Hey, Dark. Whoa. And a worked 6-hour tone high. Oh, poor Dark. Dark is worn out, dude. Great to see you, Dark. Great to see you. Yeah, not doing too hot with these matches, despite this being Great Ball rank. I'm not expecting, like, anything too crazy, but I am seeing sort of the same repeat sort of Pokemon. Still not gonna miss a stream. I appreciate your support, Dark. You are a absolute real one, homie. You are a real one. Lucario, Sylveon, Manectric, Victory Bell, Gyarados, and Frostlass. 5 of these Pokemon could be potential Mega Pokemon. I'm gonna bring in Ampharos, Oranguru, Salazzle, and Goodra. It's a PvP game. You're going to run into the meta freaks. It's a little unfortunate because people are really like obsessed with winning with like they're obsessed with winning to the point to where they only use like what works and not necessarily like experimenting or trying different stuff. Seeing the same thing over and over again gets pretty boring, in my opinion. It never fails. I'm going to immediately go for the Cotton Guard, and I'm going to set up a Trick Room. My Ampharos is actually slower than my Oranguru, so hey, if it works, it works. We got Mold Breaker. Thunderbolt into Ampharos is odd. That's very odd. Scary Face into who? My Oranguru. Okay. This was an odd turn for sure. And with this, I should be able to do this. And I'm going to use Instruct as well. I agree 100%. Just be careful, because if you cook up something broken, then the Meta Freak are going to copy you. That is true. That is also true. Now we're fully max defense right now. Going for the Parabolic Charge in order to take out Gyarados, get a little bit of healing from everybody around me. Meta Freak is some wild shit, lol. Good rogue shit works, but if it loses to meta, it was just sadly bad. I wouldn't necessarily say it's sadly bad. It just wasn't fine-tuned in order to like counter the meta. I don't want to like focus on like just the things that like defy or break meta. I just want to have fun with the thing, like with the Pokemon that I like. When you have Pokemon that you usually don't see, things are more interesting. Everybody goes crazy over the stuff that like gives them that like win streak. I haven't even hit champion rank in this game yet, ever since it like came out. But I've been enjoying hitting master rank, and yeah, no, just gotta enjoy the stuff that you have to find joy somewhere in all of this. If you can't find joy, then like, are you good? Let's see. Let's go ahead and do this, and I'm going to use Psychic Noise on Lucario. Was that a crit? No, it was just a really frail Lucario. Again, this set isn't the most insane. This is just something that if you don't like pay attention, then like you will be at a disadvantage. Let's see. I'm going to use Instruct instead. Yeah, playing unconventional stuff that you can't be competitive teams can be a great way to play the game. But I just mean that it comes with the expectation that the team isn't amazing. It may not be amazing, but if it works, it works. And if you're having fun, that's the most important part. And if you can take that, improve upon it, and like, yeah. No, there's more to it than just, you know, like,
and Willie, this just works. Oh, actually, you should use this team because this team just allows you to win. It's an instant win button. What are you doing?
copied Oranguru stat changes. That was the wrong Pokemon to take stat changes from. The one with the stat changes would be the Mega Ampharos over there. Let's go ahead and that, yeah, it's GG right there. Oranguru is common. I think it's fairly common to see it if you don't see Farigiraf. If you don't see Farigiraf, you will probably see Oranguru. Oranguru. One of those. Metafreak, I think, is a absolute accurate title for the ones who are obsessed with like winning and using the same team that everyone else uses in order to like get set dubs, or using the same Pokemon over and over again. It's different if you like the Pokemon, but if you're doing it just to get the dubs, then I don't think you're truly having fun. You're just mauling. I can't say what I want to say. Oh my. Sounds controversial. That's the censored version. I can't say what I want to say. That's the censored version. Oh, Metafreak is the censored version. I see. I see. I'm looking at this. If they bring in Incineroar, I have an idea. I would love to bring in Oranguru for this team, but I'm looking at Goodra and I'm looking at Politoed. Let me see. One, two. They have 3 Pokemon in this team that are physical, and the majority of them, and then the rest of them are special attackers.
Broly, look! Niggas be wildin'!
Not wildin' too much. We're actually really chill today, actually. Just grinding in Great Ball rank to get ourselves into Ultra Ball rank and maybe even Ultra Ball rank. Admittedly, I don't really play meta, as I enjoy wacky team building too much, but I love facing meta teams at least in high ladder because at least it's expected. Let me see here. Here, I am going to use Scald, and I am also going to use Toxic onto the Pelipper. Hey Zodiac, great to see you, homie. How do you do? Pelipper left. Who are they bringing in? Sinistra. Mega Swampert to take advantage of the rain, of course. I'm expecting an Ice Punch or a Wave Crash in order to take out my Salazzle. I'm aiming to get a burn. Oh, it went for Earthquake instead. Like, facing the exact stuff you built your team around can be more chill than having to suddenly damage count what a Serena can hit for mid-battle. I'm here playing some Baldur's Gate 3. Expected. Enjoy, have fun. I appreciate you hanging out and chilling out. Oh, we got a very fortunate burn. I could swap out here, but I probably shouldn't right now. I'm gonna go for Icy Wind, and I am also going to do Sludge Bomb into the Sinistra. Dragonfire as well? Man, so many people coming out of the woodwork. Great to see y'all. I was debating on what to do for a stream schedule, and it seems like streaming around this time seems to be the most beneficial for myself and like including everybody involved. Matcha Gotcha gonna hurt us a lot. Yeah, that's unfortunate. Let's see it. We're gonna bring out Goodra, and we're gonna bring out Politoed. Swampert isn't going to be much of a threat since its attack stat has been cut in half. I say do damage to the Sinistra, and I will hit them all with Icy Wind. The Sinistra is the current issue right now. Ice Punch. That's still pretty decent damage from Swampert. Special defense drop. Here comes the Icy Wind. Oh! What a great Wombo combo with the special defense drop with Acid Spray. Speed has been reduced, and it's still taking continuous damage. Pelipper might be returning here soon in order to support more. Choom. I'm not sure how I feel about that name. I'm going to go ahead and hit up with the rest, and then hit the Archlodon with ouchie. Stamina boost, of course. Dragon Pulse, that's going to hurt a lot. Oh, we were close. Oh no, poor Goodra. Whirlpool misses, of course. And it's just Politoed versus the world. Let's go for the Icy Wind. This was an unfortunate turn of events right here when it came to this battle right here. Oh, here comes the Wave Crash. That isn't going to really... Oh, that actually did a good bit of damage. Electro Shot, yep. I like the fact that this Pokemon is basically a railgun, but I don't really care about the drawbridge like design that it sort of has. Yeah, no. I use this Pokemon, admittedly, on my rain team as well, but I don't know. When you think about it as a railgun, it's cool. When you look at it and you see the bridge, it's sort of like not cool. It's like looking at one of those like blot images and like, what do you see here? And if you see this, you feel this way. If you see this, you might feel that way. I believe in this team. This team is a lot better than you think. I was going to make a speech, but I see it's not needed. Believe in yourself. Believe in the you that believes in me. This is a Sand team with a support Sinistcha. Let's do Politoed. Yes.
Did you order something?
Let me see.
It felt like it.
Oh, this is from a while ago. This just now showed up. Thank you.
Coco Con. Coco!
Please don't get tangled in the wires.
Here you go.
I got him. There you go.
There you go.
Thank you again. Lost track on what Pokemon I'm choosing. Politoed, Goodra, Milotic, and Salazzle, I think will be the choices for this. We have 5 potential Megas on this team. I could have sworn I saw 5. It was Tyranitar, Staraptor, Excadrill, Garchomp, Dingo, Staraptor, wasn't too phased by the Intimidate since these are much slower Pokemon. These Pokemon are not necessarily focused into physical attack. These are more special attackers. Taking advantage of the rain in order to boost the Muddy Water damage, we're going to have Goodra hopefully drop accuracy. If this is a Mega Staraptor, I'm going to be a little confused, not going to hold you. Staraptor is being returned. Tyranitar is coming out instead. I don't necessarily mind, but the sand is going to be a bit bothersome. Nasty Plot with Goldingo, of course. Here comes Muddy Water, aiming for a special, for a accuracy drop. Accuracy drop. No accuracy drop. Weather Ball into Tyranitar, so that turns it into a Rock type move. I probably should have went for the Icy Wind instead. Let me see. Okay. I'm gonna go for Icy Wind, and I'm also going to run the Muddy Water again. Make it rain. Politoed resisted. Goodra took that fairly hard. A life orb. A life orb Goldingo. Wow. Here comes another Muddy Water. Accuracy drop for either of them. No accuracy drops for either of them. Going for the Icy Wind. I'm hoping for speed drops. Earthquake, knockoff. They wanted to get rid of the Politoed since the Politoed was a sort of a hindrance or annoying Pokemon to deal with. I need to get rid of that Goldingo. Let me see. I'm gonna go for Rest for Goodra in order to fully heal it and then eat the Lumberry. Goldingo uses Protect. Blocks the Flamethrower. Oh, that means they're going for Earthquake then. Fully healed back up again. It has to be Earthquake. No, it's Rock Slide. We survive on 7 HP. I'm surprised it didn't get brought down all the way down to its Focus Sash. And unfortunately, that is the end of my Salazzle. Next up, we have Milotic, our final Pokemon. The Sandstorm is going to continue causing problems. The Goldingo is now wide open for a attack that could possibly take it out. The Tyranitar still has 2 turns of the Sandstorm. I'm going to just go for Muddy Water. Muddy Water and Scald. Goldingo's being returned. Excadrill's being brought out. Tyranitar does not go for the Protect. Excadrill dodges the Muddy Water. Tyranitar is going to take the brunt of the Muddy Water. Hopefully a drop in the in the accuracy will come. No. Scald. That almost finishes off the Tyranitar. Tyranitar survives. No burn. Knockoff comes out. Wise Glasses is going to get knocked off. That is unfortunate. I'm going to go for the Icy Wind and Muddy Water again. That Excadrill is probably the Mega Pokemon. They're switching out again. Staraptor. Intimidate. Thank you for the competitive boost. High horsepower. Oh, nearly takes me out. Muddy Water. I'm hoping for accuracy drops. Accuracy drop on the Staraptor. Icy Wind on these two. Nearly taking out both because of the special attack boost. Sandstorm is gone. Milotic desperately needs to get a recover boost or be able to recover boost. What am I talking about? I'm going to go ahead and use Muddy Water again since that's been my best move here. That Staraptor is on his last legs. The Excadrill is also not going to be able to... Oh, they're switching out again. They're reigniting the Sandstorm in order to take out Milotic or continue doing continue draining health. So now we have a Mega Staraptor on its last legs with an accuracy drop in Sandstorm. Going for the close combat, that misses Goodra entirely. Muddy Water is going to go in, Tyranitar avoids it, and the Staraptor is going to get taken out by the Muddy Water. That was a very odd choice of a Mega Pokemon for sure. We're going to be able to hit, kick things off with that Recover. Milotic is still in really bad positioning right now. Excadrill will still be able to outspeed us. Goldingo's being returned back out into the field. I think I'm going to go for another recover on Milotic. I don't think it outspeeds. I'm hoping Goodra outlasts the Tyranitar and Goldingo. Milotic is sort of going to have to be the one to carry the brunt of the work here. So we have a Protect on the Tyranitar. Goldingo going for Make It Rain. Goodra dodges it. Unfortunately, Milotic does not dodge it. It's not enough to put a dent into the Milotic. Milotic is still running low on health, but Recover is going to give us a good bit back. The special attack drop is going to be quite harmful to the Goldingo. Muddy Water doesn't hit Tyranitar because it already used Protect. We're going to continue recovering on the Milotic. If it wasn't for the Intimidate, Milotic wouldn't be as threatening as it is right now. I'm going to go for Icy Wind, and I will go for Rest actually on the Goodra. Tyranitar is still going to be a threat to deal with. Make It Rain goes in again. Again, not too much since it already lost 2 stages of special attack. It takes itself out with Life Orb, I'm guessing, in order to get a free switch in. Rest is able to be set off by Goodra, and Goodra is going to be fully healed up. I don't have a Lumberry and I don't have Rain in order to remedy this right here. Excadrill is probably going to be their saving grace here and going to be able to do a good bit of damage while the Sandstorm is up. It might be a Sand Fort set, which increases damage of its moves in the Sandstorm. Only thing I really need to do is just hit the Pokemon. Excadrill is a really fast Pokemon. Oh, the boost from the Sandstorm really came in clutch for it. So it's a boost in Ground and Steel type moves, I believe. Goodra is hanging in there, but Excadrill is still going to be able to unleash so much pain. Goodra is still fast asleep. The Sandstorm is gone, but it seems like Excadrill is going to be able to pull the victory out with the hard-hitting high horsepowers. This was a close match. This was a very close match thanks to the competitive boost that Milotic received from the Intimidate Staraptor. They played it very smart. I can't really complain when it comes to matches like this since they're back and forth and they're not completely one-sided. It just so happens that the luck of the draw, better team coordination, and then being able to pull off the victory with Pokemon that have brilliant synergy together. Alright. Gardevoir, Heracross, Drampa, Azumarill, Corviknight, and Abomasnow. This... Okay. For this, I'm going to start off with Goodra and Salazzle. Politoed will be a great support Pokemon. And I want to bring in Milotic. But I think Ampharos is going to be the one to make a major difference here. They have a couple of Pokemon that are potential Megas from the Heracross, Gardevoir, and Drampa, and Abomasnow. Gardevoir and Azumarill. They're starting off with 2 fairy type Pokemon, 1 water, 1 psychic, trace, and they trace the corrosion ability off of me. I'm gonna go for the acid spray into the Gardevoir, and I'm also going to use Dragon Cheer on Goodra. Aqua Jet into Goodra, I wasn't expecting that. Dragon Cheer boosts critical hit ratio by 2 stages for Dragon type Pokemon. Draining Kiss onto Salazzle? I think they're just pushing buttons. That was a critical hit. That was a critical hit. Brings down the special defensive stat of Gardevoir a good bit. I'm going to hit Azumarill with Acid Spray as well and go for Sludge Bomb into the Gardevoir. Aqua Jet will be able to take out my Salazzle if they were so to choose. Gardevoir brought down thanks to Salazzle's natural speed. Gardevoir slams Azumarill with a super effective Acid Spray that was also a critical hit. Azumarill, I think, Surf. Okay. Salazzle still sticks around. Azumarill's special attack I don't think is as impressive as its physical side. Corviknight is a very bulky Pokemon, so instead of I think I want to keep Salazzle in the back and bring out my Politoed instead. I want to protect Salazzle for a little bit because I think being able to use Toxic on that Corviknight will make a big difference. I'm very stunned that Azumarill did not go for the Aqua Jet on my Salazzle. That would have made a huge difference for them. Aerial Ace into Politoed, that would have been Salazzle. That would have most likely have taken me out. Abomasnow, probably with Snow Warning. No Snow Warning. I'm going to use Acid Spray into the Abomasnow, and I am going to use Helping Hand for Goodra. Everybody needs a helping hand every once in a while. Keep each other blessed. Keep looking out for one another. We're all in this together, even when it seems like we are more separated than ever. The pandemic had really put like a huge space and like wide margin on us, but it's us against the world, and the world is our home. We gotta take care of each other and our world. Metal Sound in the Politoed. Corviknight is surprising me with a different moveset than I was anticipating. I think I'm gonna go ahead and use Rest, and I'm going to slam them with Icy Wind. I don't want to risk losing my Goodra so early on, so I'm going to restore its health all the way back up, and then since it's still raining, I could either have the Hydration or the Lumberry pop in order to wake me back up immediately. Icy Wind to drop the speed of both of them. I don't need either of them to outspeed me. So the Corviknight, I don't know what ability it has. It might have Pressure. I wasn't paying too close attention. Trailblaze into Politoed is going to hurt a lot, and increasing its speed stat back up to where it was before. Interesting. I'm going to use Muddy Water, and I am also going to use Weather Ball into the Corviknight. Here comes the Muddy Water. That is going to be able to pick up the KO on the Abomasnow and do significant amount of damage. Critical hit on the Corviknight. Oh, it was a double crit thanks to the Dragon Cheer that Salazzle gave us. Here comes the Weather Ball into the Corviknight, and this should pick up the KO since it's a Mystic Water while also it is raining. Politoed, I think, is a very slept-on Pokemon. It is a brilliant support Pokemon. I've only seen ones with Paris Song paired up with a Pokemon with like Arena Trap, like Mega Gengar. Use Poison type moves 250 times. Just to take a quick little break real quick. I'm not going anywhere. I'm just Actually, I could grab a snack real quick. I'm trying to do a thing where I don't eat anything after 8 o'clock, and it's already 7:55. I am picking up these awards, or is it rewards? Rewards, excuse me. Poison type move Fiend. Now that I think about it, I guess I don't have too many poison type Pokemon. We're gonna go ahead and claim. Let me see. We have a training ticket and a teammate ticket. I'm not too excited about these recent passes. I kind of want more more outfits and other Pokemon to be featured in these. That just might be me being a little picky, but I didn't get too invested into Legends EA. I played it the one time, didn't get too far. Pick up my starter, captured a couple of Pokemon, and then went on from there. Roserade, Sneasler, Garbodor, Kangaskhan, Snorlax, Metagross, Whimsicott, Decidueye, Hisuian Decidueye, Kleavor, and Superior. I'll pick up this Pokemon. I'm a little tired of seeing Sneasler, to be honest. Let's go ahead and get rid of the Sneasler. And then we'll go back and recruit again. I think I have enough tickets for it. I do. We'll pick up these tickets. And let's see, who did we get? Roserade, Glamora, Galarian Slowking, Gorgegeist, Manectric, Ditto, Rotom. This is Fan Rotom. Eerie Impulse. Lowers the special attack of a target by 2 stages. Grimmsnarl. Another Pokemon that I really do not care for, dude. Phalanx. And Aurorus. I do love Phalanx. I think Phalanx is another underrated Pokemon. Very cute. I might pick these guys up. I do want to make a fighting type team or two. If y'all don't know, a lot of my favorite Pokemon typings range from fighting, water, fire, electric. Every once in a while, I might throw together a theme team. We don't have too many Fox Pokemon on here. I could have done a Fox team. I don't think you can have both Alolan Ninetales and Kanto Ninetales on the same team. I'm trying to think what other Pokemon would fit under Fox. Would Umbreon be more of a fox or more leaning on the cat side? Foxes are such an interesting mix of like dog and cat. You can definitely do a dog team. I can definitely do a dog team. And possibly a dragon team, because I have Drampa. I was able to get this shiny Dragapult in here. Let me go ahead and get that snack real quick before I lose track of time again. Excuse me for a sec, y'all. I will be right back. Sorry about that delay. I have returned. All right. Looking at different different Pokemon, I could probably work around and put together. All right. Continuing where we left off, picking back up into the doubles. Into the doubles. Doubles sounds like bubbles. And take a look at it. Let's see. Gyarados, Gomora, Scizor, Baragiraffe, Alolan Ninetales, and Sneasler. I think I'll be able to start off with Ampharos, Oranguru, Salazzle, and for my last Pokemon, I'm going to say Politoed. Oh, they're already ready with their team selected in. Let me take a look at what I got here. Oh, dude. My plush of a kit is finally here. Hell yeah. Let me see. I'm going to go ahead and use Cotton Guard from the Rip, and I'm also going to use Trick Room. Crunch, that's going to hurt. Ah. Defense drop. No, that's not good. That is definitely not good either. Okay. This is a kind of a scary predicament to be in. I'm going to put Salazzle into the fray here. I'm going to Mega Evolve, and I am going to use Dragon Cheer into my Ampharos. I really do not have anything to lose here. I have to make a move. Oh, they're Mega Evolving their Gyarados. I think I appreciate Mega Gyarados' like shiny form a bit more, but I'm not entirely a big fan of Mega Gyarados, like just on design. I really think it should have been a Water Dragon type and maybe look more like it. It looks like a jumbo shrimp right now to me. Look at that. Bullet Punch into my Ampharos. Salazzle should be able to outspeed and get the Dragon Cheer off. Gyarados might try and... oh no, it's setting up. Hopefully this crit sets off. Critical hit on Salazzle. It didn't crit anybody else, it seems like. I'm gonna go ahead and do another one. And I am going to use Flamethrower on Scizor. That's unfortunate, but that is less damage I'm doing to my own Pokemon. I'll be able to focus up the damage into these guys. Not too much damage. Hopefully we do not get flinched. Parabolic Charge. Gyarados has been taken care of. And now we only have the Scizor and the other two remaining Pokemon in the back. With my defense as stacked as it is right now, I think we can bear to deal with the incoming threats at the very moment, as long as they're physical Pokemon. So here comes Glomora. Another Pokemon I'm not entirely worried about. I'm going to use Dragon Pulse into the Scizor and then go for a Weather Ball into the Glomora. Spiky Shield, okay. Bullet Punch into Politoed. Not too crazy damage since Politoed resists it. Weather Ball is not going to be able to go through that Protect. And then we Dragon Pulse into the Scizor to finish it off. Now it is a 2v2 situation now. You cannot call the matches here. You have to continue and see where the matches go. Alolan Ninetales is going to be brought out into the field. This is not good. I'm going to go for the Parabolic Charge, and I am going to use Icy Wind. No, I think I should go for the Helping Hand instead. Helping Hand, support my Ampharos. Freeze Dry, that is going to do a good amount of damage. Not take it out thanks to Politoed's natural special defensive bulk. Earth Power, that is going to be painful, but we're still going to hang on. Politoed was taken out. It was unfortunately a crit on Politoed. It was a crit on the Glomora. That should have given us a good chunk of health, though. Sorry, Politoed. All our health was restored. I'm going to go for another Parabolic Charge. I'm worried about the Ninetales either setting up the Aurora Veil or going for another Ice-type move. Pretty painful. That does hurt us. Honestly, I think that did more than the Earth Power did. Another significant amount of damage, but Ninetales has really good special defensive bulk as well. They're on their last legs. Parabolic Charge. They're probably going to try and dogpile me. Ampharos is hanging in there. Here comes another Freeze Dry that brings us to below, I would say like just above half. Earth Power, please don't crit. What? Is that a crit? It was not a crit. Perhaps I need to invest more into my special defense instead of my special attack. I'm a little hurt, and we even brought it back a little bit. It was a good back and forth, but unfortunately we're going to take an L for that match. But GG's to that person. GG to that trainer. All right, they have a lot of Pokemon that resist sand, but yet I don't see anyone with. Okay, I don't see anyone using Sandstorm on this team. Okay, for this, I think this is another setup for Ampharos, Salazzle, Politoed, and finally I will bring in Milotic. I would have brought in Goodra, but I think Goodra would have been pestered around and slapped around too much with the rock slides and everything that this team has. Ghost type gym leader, but yet I see a lot of steel type Pokemon. Steel and rock types. I'm expecting a... Okay, they have Unnerve. I'm going to go for the Cotton Guard off rip, and I'm also going to use... No. I have to do better than that. I'm going to use Cotton Guard off rip, and I will also use Dragon Shear. I think this is the best course of action because the Aerodactyl might have some scummy plays with Rock Slide. Or they might be setting up Tailwind so Kleavor can have a jump into things here. I'm expecting Tailwind. Salazzle actually outspeeds Aerodactyl, so I could have taken advantage of that and put Toxic onto the Aerodactyl. There goes the Tailwind like I was anticipating, and I'm expecting a Stone Axe into Salazzle. No, into Ampharos instead. And it has a Life Orb. Life Orb, Sharpness. I probably should have just went for the Parabolic Charge, but it's okay. This is one of those cases where we just have to hang in there and see where things go. I'm going to ignore Aerodactyl for now and instead try and poison the Kleavor. We have 1 HP left because of our Focus Sash, and Ampharos is hanging on by 10 HP. I'm hoping that Kleavor goes for a setup move. No, they go into the Salazzle expecting the Stone Axe. I'm really hoping that the Parabolic Charge go through in order to get health back. Please no flinch. Please no flinch. Nearly taking out the Aerodactyl and doing a significant amount of damage to the Kleavor. Probably thanks to the critical hit ratio boost. We're going to get a lot of our health back while also being up defense by 3 stages. For this, I am going to bring out my Milotic. Milotic will be a good setup for this. I'm going to go for a Dazzling Gleam so that I don't necessarily hurt my Milotic. I'm going to go for the Icy Wind in hopes to slow them down despite them having Tailwind already. Rock Slide does a good chunk of damage to both of my Pokemon. I'm hoping no stuns, or I'm hoping for whatchamacallit. I'm hoping to not get flinched. Here comes the Icy Wind. We're going to be finishing off the Aerodactyl. The Kleavor hangs on by 4 HP. Ampharos should be able to clean this up as long as it isn't flinched. Here comes the Dazzling Gleam. And we finish it off with another critical hit. It's a double knockout thanks to the teamwork of Milotic and Mega Ampharos. We have Goldingo that's going to be joining the fray, and Dr. X. Yes. Thank you. I am going to try and use Scold onto the Metagross, and I'm going to have Ampharos use Parabolic Charge. This is going to be a Mega Metagross with the Tough Claws ability where its contact moves are going to do a bit more damage. Psychic Fangs, we hang on but barely. Shadow Ball into the Ampharos. Ampharos was not able to hang on because they unfortunately got dogpiled. Milotic is going to be able to get that Scold. I am really hoping for that burn. If we get the burn, that's going to reduce the attack stat of the Metagross. The Tailwind is gone, and then we are going to bring out Politoed into the fray. We're going to be able to set up with Rain right here. That's going to boost our Water-type moves. Water-type moves are going to give we're going to get a 50% boost to our Water-type moves. I'm going to Weather Ball into the Goldingo. and I will use Scold into the Metagross. I probably could have gone for the Icy Wind. That still does a great chunk of damage to my Politoed. Politoed, unfortunately, is going to get taken out because they decide to take him out one by one, and they have a critical hit Thunderbolt. I think I would have survived if it wasn't a critical hit Thunderbolt, but that's just me I think that's just me speculating. I'm going to go ahead and hit the Recover because they're going to dogpile me no matter what. It's going to be possibly another Psychic Fangs, and a Thunderbolt from that Goldingo is going to be a pain to deal with. I'm within kill range. Here comes a nasty plot. They're probably trying to secure the bag, secure the win. I'm going to try and get as much health back as possible. I'm going to try and wait out the Metagross. I'm going to try and Scald the Goldingo. Goldingo is probably going to aim for another Thunderbolt. Here comes Psychic Fangs. Not too much damage, but I still think we're in kill range of a Thunderbolt. That's ×2 special attack. Oh, no. The Goldingo was able to get another critical Thunderbolt. Well, wow. We got down to the wire to our last two Pokemon. A pretty crazy back and forth. Unfortunate. Moving on to the next battle, not going to linger over that and just take that lesson with us. Let's see. Absol, Frostlass, Corviknight, Garchomp, Arcanine, and Whimsicott. I would like to bring a Oranguru in this battle, but that Absol is a little intimidating. We have three Pokemon on their team that are potential Mega Pokemon. I will try and do Ampharos, Oranguru, Milotic, and Politoed. I probably should have brought in Salazzle instead in order to help deal with the Frostlass if they decide to bring in Frostlass. Here we go into the next battle. We're about to see how we're going to kick things off. It's a Frostlass and Corviknight Wombo combo. And just like that, I don't have my Salazzle in order to help us a good bit. Corviknight is going to be applying that pressure. Oh no. Let's not Mega Evolve just yet. Let's go ahead and stack the Cotton Guard. And I am going to go ahead and use the Trick Room. Hex into Oranguru, but it doesn't affect us because we're part normal type. Aerial Waste into Ampharos is not going to do anything, and we don't even have the boost of Cotton Guard yet. Cotton Guard is going to help us outlast most Pokemon on the physical side of things. Trick Room is going to have us stack things into our favor. I'm really surprised that they decided to go for the Hex onto Oranguru. That probably a misclick. Maybe they weren't paying attention. I'm going to use Instruct on Ampharos. I'm going to go ahead and Mega Evolve it. My physical defense is in a good position. I would have liked to have waited as soon as I defeated the Frostlass first. Frostlass is pretty threatening to a Ampharos, especially a Mega Ampharos that is part Dragon type now. A good chunk of health has been stripped from the enemy Pokemon. Oranguru got a little bit of a tickle from it. We're going to go for Instruct. This is going to allow us to fire off another Parabolic Charge. And just like that, it's a double KO thanks to the teamwork of Oranguru instructing our Mega Ampharos to use Parabolic Charge for a second time. They survived the first one, but what about the second one? In comes Garchomp. but it's already up. It's already up in the air that that Ampharos is already stacked in defense for the most part. A crit would be quite devastating. I'm gonna aim for a Dragon Pulse, and I'm gonna set up the Reflect so we have more bulk on the physical side. Ampharos blasted the Dragon Pulse into Garchomp. It's a one-hit KO, picking up the KO, and now they're only left with Arcanine on their side. What is Arcanine going to do in response? Physical defense is being halved because of Reflect. These naturally bulky Pokemon, it's going to go for a Flame Charge into the Mega Ampharos that is part Dragon type. Got a speed boost in Trick Room, but it's going to do the opposite effect because... Oh, excuse me. Because speed is not going to matter in this point in time. I'm going to instruct the Mega Ampharos to attack a second time. We're going to fire off one Dragon Pulse. They took the first one, and here comes the second one with Instruct. This is looking like a sweep. Mega Ampharos sweep. GG's all around. Brilliant work. The synergy was beautiful. The setups were there. And Mega Ampharos is over there with its cute little medals. Be sure to like, comment, and subscribe, please. All this is worthwhile with the little bit of support that I get from every single one of you. Give me your strength. Give me your power. Let's see, I see Floette, Garchomp, Whimsicott, Basculegion, Incineroar, and Charizard. Majority of these look like they're all shiny Pokemon. The Floette's going to be an issue, so in order to kick things off right, I think I need to bring out my Salazzle and Goodra first. That Charizard might prove to be an issue, so Politoed and I'm going to say Ampharos. Ampharos is going to be the pick for this. How do y'all feel about some of the shiny Pokemon on their team? The one I just don't like Garchomp shiny is hardly noticeable, and it sort of gets like a hyper pink in its mega form. I'm not too fond of it. Another shiny I'm not fond of is Incineroar with that really disgusting red and white. Alright. So, Floette is right there in front of us, but we also have to deal with that Whimsicott. I'm going to hit Acid Spray into the Floette. It's going to Mega Evolve from the rip. I'm expecting it to use Calm Mind before blasting us with back-to-back Dazzling Gleams or even Light of Ruin. This Pokemon is another Pokemon I'm just not entirely fond of because of how people absolutely abuse and use this Pokemon. So, we were able to outspeed the Whimsicott, who didn't go for a status move, surprisingly. Here comes a Moonblast that's going to be going into our Goodra. Goodra takes... Oh my gosh, that actually hurt quite a bit. That Whimsicott might have a boost into special attack. Here comes the Acid Spray. We're going to drop its special defense by at least 2 stages, so it's going to be left with... Let me see. It's going to have 1... Okay. This is possible. It is possible. It won't be easy, but it will be possible. I'm going to send out my Politoed in place of my Goodra because Goodra cannot afford to take a hit from a special attack boosted Floette or how hard that Whimsicott was hitting. I'm going to bring out the Rain. Just like I thought they were going to bring in the Tailwind. I'm expecting the Dazzling Gleam. That's going to hurt us a good bit, even if we are resistant to it. Sludge Bomb into the Mega Floette is enough to take the KO. Salazzle is a very clutch Pokemon to have when dealing with Fairy-type Pokemon such as Mega Floette and even Whimsicott for that matter. Unfortunately, since we took damage, we won't be able to... Oh, it's Incineroar. Randy. Alright. Let me take a look. I need to keep Salazzle alive, but I don't think I will be able to keep it alive for too much longer. I'm going to go for the Icy Wind. No. Yes. No. I will Weather Ball into the Incineroar instead. Fake out into Salazzle. Whimsicott with the Moonblast into Politoed. It's enough to get the KO, unfortunately. Salazzle was stunned. I'm going to bring out Ampharos for this. This is a very, very tough call to make here. I need to get rid of that Whimsicott. Whimsicott's going to fire off another Moonblast. It's going into my Ampharos. Luckily, I did Mega Evolve, otherwise it would have been absolutely shredded from the Dragon-type typing being added to it. Whimsicott's been taken down. Incineroar does not outspeed. No, okay, that's going to hurt. The Darkest Lariat was a critical hit into Salazzle, taking out Salazzle, unfortunately. Incineroar not outspeeding Salazzle makes sense. Okay, we still have 2 turns of rain, and Goodra is still up and... Well, Goodra is still up and around, but it's at very low health. I'm going to go for a rest, and I am going to stack another Cotton Guard into Ampharos. We're down to our last 2 Pokemon, and these last few moves are going to make a difference. Dragon Claw into the Goodra, and unfortunately Goodra gets taken out by the Dragon Claw. That's definitely not in our favor here. It is a Life Orb wielding Garchomp, and then we have Incineroar that ignores stat changes and is going to go ahead and hit us with another round of Darkest Lariat. The opposing team's Tailwind is gone, and I am stuck between a rock and a hard place. I'm going to go for Parabolic Charge to steal health from the Incineroar. I'm hoping to outspeed the Incineroar, even though I know Ampharos probably does not. Garchomp is going to have a difficult time trying to whittle down the defenses of this Pokemon, unless it gets a critical hit while I'm within this range of health. Here comes the Mode Breaker. Stomping Tantrum. Doesn't... Oh, it does get the KO, unfortunately. Oh, that is upsetting. That is quite upsetting. But at least it wasn't a completely one-sided match. We gave each other one heck of a wallop, that's for sure. The GG's all around. And we are hanging on the edge of Great Ball Rank 2. We're close, but we're not. We're halfway there, but we are still stuck in this spot that we're in. Be sure everyone hydrates. Swampert, Vivillon, Grimmsnarl, Basculegion. That is a Archlodon and a Pelipper. Okay. They've already chosen their Pokemon. I am going to pick Ampharos, Salazzle, Goodra, and Politoed. All these Pokemon are special attackers. 3 of them have pretty good special defense. Salazzle is super fast, hits really hard. It is a glass cannon that will be holding onto the Focus Sash to prevent one-hit KOs. Basculegion and Pelipper off the rip. That Basculegion must be a Swift Swim set with a Scarf, maybe? I'm expecting a Flip Turn. I'm going to go for the Parabolic Charge, and I'm also going to use the Dragon Shear into Ampharos. I would not be surprised if both of these Pokemon were to have some sort of move in order to return them back to their trainer while doing damage, such as U-Turn and Flip Turn. Flip Turn being the Water-type version of the Bug-type move U-Turn. Pelipper with Protect. What is Basculegion going to do? Flip Turn? Wave Crash instead. That does a great amount of damage into us. We were able to get the Dragon Shear off for Ampharos. Ampharos is going to get a great chunk of health back once we hit this Parabolic Charge into the Basculegion. Salazzle, I'm sorry in advance, but I need your health. Give me your energy. 3 HP in a dream. Critical hit on Salazzle. Was it a crit into the Basculegion? It was a critical hit into the Basculegion, and we gained a significant health. We gained all of our health back. We dealt with the speedy, hard-hitting Pokemon thanks to our fortunate timing with Mega Evolving our Ampharos. Here comes Swampert. This is going to be a Mega Swampert. I'm going to go for the Parabolic Charge, and I think I'm going to use Toxic into the Swampert. I would have preferred to hit it with a Burn in order to drop its physical attack stat, but beggars cannot be choosers. Mega Swampert fits perfectly into this weather team, with it getting a speed boost thanks to Swift Swim in the rain. Wide Guard. Brilliant use of Wide Guard on Pelipper. This Pelipper is a brilliant support mod. But yet we still outspeed the Swampert even in the rain with Salazzle. Swampert, now badly poisoned, is going to be on borrowed time. I'm expecting an Earthquake. This is going to do significant damage to our poor Ampharos. Ampharos hangs on to 9 HP in a dream. Salazzle was finished off. There's the Parabolic Charge. No dice, no cigar. Pelipper also blocked it as well. They anticipated this. Next up, I'm going to be bringing out my Goodra. I want to break free. I want to break free. I think the best course of action here is going to be using Rest on Goodra. Here comes another Earthquake that's going to be fired off, and it's going to do significant damage to our Ampharos. Goodra takes it fairly well. I'm surprised the Pelipper didn't go for... Oh no, it goes for the Hurricane instead of Wide Guard. Hopefully we don't get confused. We don't get confused and we get the Rest. And the Lumberry brings us back from the Rest. Swampert is still in the game. I'm going to have to dogpile into the Swampert, and then... Let me see. I wonder if Goodra outspeeds Politoed. Here comes a helping hand. This Pelipper, full on support, is trying by any means to give Swampert that extra boost it needs in order to pick up these KOs. Both Pokemon barely hanging on. We have an Acid Spray. That's going to drop special defense of Swampert. And then here comes the Weather Ball. Here comes the Alley-oop. And it was enough to take out both. In order to take out the Swampert. I said both as in... I got ahead of myself. I need to reset... Oh, that is Archlodon. That probably outspeeds my Goodra. I'm going to go for the Icy Wind, and I'm going to use Rest. I'm hoping the Pelipper does not outspeed. I wonder if it's going to go for the Wide Guard. Archlodon could really just go for any move right now, sneeze on my Pokemon, and either of them can go out at any time. I need to take advantage of the rain with Hydration. Here comes the Hurricane into Politoed. Did they use Tailwind at all? I do not recall if they used Tailwind. I think they did. Archlodon's going to go for the Flash Cannon, and that's going to be more than enough to take out Goodra, who's hanging on at 1 HP. I have to say that was a very intense match when it came down to Rain Team flowers. How long my team could outlast or hang on. It was really a matter of... It was... I would say... an immovable object versus an unstoppable force. And the unstoppable force was able to prevail. I think that's a great way of phrasing it. You got this. Hey, thank you, Dark. And I see you and Dre and Keaton server over there playing some Roblox. I don't know which game you guys are playing, but you got this. Let's see. Palafin, Gengar, Aggron, Beedrill, Sylveon, and Hydreigon. So, we have 3 potential Megas on this team from Gengar, Aggron, and Beedrill. For this, I want to bring in Ampharos, Oranguru, Milotic, and it's either Politoed or Goodra. I'm bringing Goodra. I think Politoed would have been a pretty solid choice, but we're going to have to see once we get into this match. Gengar and Sylveon. Ampharos and Oranguru. Off rip, I need to go ahead and use... No. Oh, this is tricky. This is a very tricky position to be in right now. I'm going to go for a Parabolic Charge, and I will also use Psychic Noise into the Gengar. Then a Shock. Not the Poison type move I was anticipating. They're stealing the same stat changes as Oranguru, but Oranguru did not have any stat changes. Psychic Noise to the Gengar, making sure it does not get any healing whatsoever, and also do an amazing chunk of damage to it. We're going to blast off a Parabolic Charge that tickles the Sylveon, but is able to get the KO on the Gengar. I'm waiting to see who their next Pokemon is. Hydreigon. I think this calls for... This calls for Dazzling Gleam. Here comes Lash Out into Oranguru. Good amount of damage. Here comes the Instruct to Oranguru to Ampharos. Ampharos is going to be able to get a Parabolic Charge. Chip damage off of Sylveon, chip damage into Hydreigon, a critical hit on Hydreigon actually. Another Scythe up from the Sylveon. I'm very confused by the Sylveon strat. We were able to annihilate the Hydreigon with one hit of Dazzling Gleam. It doesn't really take much to take down a Hydreigon nowadays. Everything changed once Fairy typing was added and the generation that came after Hydreigon's appearance. So we have a Palafin that won't be able to take advantage of switching out in order to transform. I'm going to use Reflect. Here comes an Aqua Jet. Doesn't really do too much damage to us. We're going to set up the Reflect so Palafin can't really hurt us as much. Ampharos is going to be able to fire. Oh, that hurts. That hurts a good bit. Here comes another Parabolic Charge that unfortunately knocks out my Oranguru. The goal was to try and keep Oranguru alive, but I was sapping its own life force in order to keep Ampharos alive, while Ampharos was able to take health out of everybody around us. I'm going to send out Milotic. I'm going to go for the Parabolic Charge again, and even use Dragon Cheer into Ampharos. This is very unnecessary and extra. I really don't have to go this hard at this point in the game. They're very low on health, and going and aiming for a critical hit ratio boosted move seems pretty nuts. Agility from the Palafin. Milotic with the Dragon Cheer. Ampharos accepts. Milotic, I am sorry in advance. Here comes a Psych Up that gives Sylveon the stat changes of the... Okay, let me see. Not a critical hit on Milotic or Palafin. And Sylveon fainted. Again, no complaints here. GG's all around, and we get to get a little bit of a win streak going. Here we go into our next match. Whimsicott, Venusaur, Charizard, Sylveon, Incineroar, and Garchomp. Ampharos does not seem like it would be the most ideal pick for this team since we're dealing with Whimsicott and Sylveon, and Garchomp, that will be kind of scary to deal with for Ampharos. So Ampharos might have to sit this one out so we can have Salazzle, Goodra, Politoed, and Milotic take it from here. Or maybe even... let's do Oranguru instead in case they bring in Venusaur. I think that last minute swap will be the most... I think that's going to be the deciding factor. I think Oranguru is going to make a difference, especially if Venusaur shows up with Charizard. Incineroar and Sylveon. I probably should have gone for the Dragon Cheer, but that's okay. Incineroar is probably going to go for Fake Out on my Salazzle. That's what I'm guessing. Yes. Here comes the Muddy Water that's going to hit both Pokemon. I'm aiming for any accuracy drops for either of them. No accuracy drops on either of them. Here comes the Hyper Voice. That is definitely a Pixelate Sylveon. I'm glad to know that we both outspeed the Sylveon. I'm going to go for the Sludge Bomb, and I'm also going to set up Rest for Goodra. I feel there is going to be a switch out here soon. I'm unsure if it's going to be the Incineroar or Sylveon, and one of them are going to switch out with how long they're deciding on their next move. Oh, they go for the Protect instead. But what about the Incineroar? They anticipated the Sludge Bomb. Incineroar is still here. Going for a Parting Shot to drop my special attack. It was a technical switch out, but it was with Parting Shot instead. And here comes the Venusaur. I was able to pull off the Rest in order to fully restore Goodra's health. So we're back at square one here. I want to go ahead and set a Toxic onto the Venusaur and then use Acid Spray into the Sylveon. Acid Spray is a low damaging move, but it guarantees a special defense drop that drops the special defense by 2 stages, and that really helps out my special attacking team very much. Alright, we were able to outspeed Venusaur and the Sylveon and be able to toss a Toxic into the Venusaur. Venusaur is probably going to go for a Sleep Powder. Wow. Sometimes I stun myself with these predictions sometimes. Here comes the Acid Spray into the Sylveon. Sylveon is going to look at us and use Hyper Voice. Significant amount of damage there. Let me take a look at my Pokemon so far. Okay. I want to use Dragon Cheer on Goodra, and I want to... Wait a minute. I still have Politoed, so that's good. What if I did this instead? We bring out Politoed, and we use Rest. We're gonna keep Sylveon for keep Salazzle for a little bit. Have Politoed swap in, set up the rain. Another Sleep Powder, and it's gonna go into Goodra. It's not gonna afflict us too badly since we have Hydration in the rain. Hyper Voice, however, might have other plans to take us out. I was hoping for Goodra to last a little bit longer, but that is all she wrote for poor Goodra. It's sort of a waiting game here for our side of the field right now. I'm going to go ahead and use Weather Ball into Sylveon, and I'm going to use Psychic Noise into the Venusaur. Spamming the Sleep Powder back to back to back. I wonder if they gave it an item so that the Sleep Powder hits more often. Thanks to the special defense drop, thanks to Goodra earlier with Acid Spray, we were able to take out the Sylveon with relative ease. I think Oranguru can safely take a nap in the rain next to its buddy Politoed, and we're going to see who the next Pokemon is going to be. It's going to be a Garchomp. Now, this is quite intimidating. I'm going to go for the Icy Wind, and I am going to go for a... I want to go for Trick Room. Our Pokemon are definitely slow in comparison to a Garchomp and a Venusaur. That is going to hurt us a good bit because this is a Life Orb Garchomp, which is making its return ever since they brought back Life Orb. Life Orb wasn't originally in the game initially. It would eventually come but it wasn't here before. Oranguru is still taking a nap. Leftovers is going to heal us up just a little bit. I'm not going to say no to leftovers. And then all we have left is our Salazzle and our Oranguru. I want to use Toxic onto the Garchomp, and I still want to have Trick Room be set so we can outspeed the remainder of their Pokemon. Salazzle may have a speed opportunity here. It is still fast asleep, won't be able to wake up, and it's going to be taken out to the Garchomp's Rock Slide. Fortunately, this Oranguru is not able to be flinched because it has the Inner Focus ability. Venusaur is going to go for another greedy Giga Drain, and Oranguru, I am hoping, will wake up this turn. It wakes up, we set up the Trick Room. Leftovers is going to give us a little bit of a helping. I'm going to go for the Psychic Noise into the Venusaur. There's not really much else I can do since Oranguru is not necessarily a attacking mon for my team. The Garchomp should be able to definitely pick up that KO with a Earthquake, Rock Slide, Dragon Claw. This is an unfortunate turn of events, but that's just how the cookie crumbles. Like I said, we are teetering between Great Ball Rank 2 and 1 with these win-losses. Gonna look over here. We're gonna be picking up some tickets, some quick coupons, and a teammate ticket. I've been enjoying using this team a great bit. I've been enjoying this team a great bit. I'm going to take a picture, and I think it's about time that we build a brand new team. So let me take a look at what we have here. Okay. And I don't have any slots left. Let me see. This would make great use on a Trick Room team. Contrary Malamar. I might have to change the moves on this Cofagrigus. I'm definitely going to have to rearrange the moves on this Hisuian Zoroark. Let me see. I am thinking... Let me take a look at what moves I can give to this Komodo. Or what ability can I give it? Overcoat, Bulletproof. Immune to Ball and Bomb moves. Single battles it has Soundproof and Bulletproof. In doubles it has Soundproof, Overcoat, and... Okay. This one I have is definitely a mixed attacker, but I want to emphasize more on the special attacking side while also reducing the speed a good bit. I'm taking a look. Let's do based off of typing. Medicham, Gallade. Let's see. What if I did Blaziken, Quaquaval, Pessimian, Hisuian Decidueye, Medicham, and Tauros. Let me see what I can do for this. Anchor Point, Cudchew. Skill Swap, Bullet Punch, Drain Punch. Receiver, Moxie, Speed Boost. I really think I need a Pokemon with coaching on this team. I think I'll take a picture of it, but not necessarily run this. Let me take a look at what items they'll be able to get. Medicham, that's a Choice Scarf, Focus Sash, Blazikenite. Is that an Expert Belt? Is that, or is that not an Expert Belt? Okay, it's a black belt. Let me see what Pure Power does again. Doubles the power of Pokemon's physical moves. Let me see. Let's do Citrus Berry. This is just to test and mess around with. I may have done a different ability if this was singles. Let's try out this fighting type team. We see a lot more of the main meta Pokemon in ranked. Casuals, you get a chance to see different Pokemon. Pelipper, Snorlax, Swampert, Charizard, Sinistcha, and that is Halucha. We have 1, 2, 3 potential Megas, and we have 2 of them that are for sure support Pokemon, and we don't know what that Snorlax could be. Idea. Quaquaval, Pessimian, Tauros and Blaziken. I like how I have 3 starter Pokemon that are essentially like some sort of bird. This person's on a 2-win streak. Sinistcha and Pelipper. Get a speed boost from that. Knock off onto the Sinistcha. Knocking off the Olga Berry. Hurricane into the Simeon. That's going to knock it out. That's unfortunate because I had an idea for this set. Here comes the Sinistcha with Machagacha. I'm hoping that does not burn us. If we would have got a burn off of that, that would have... No! It burned and it got knocked out by the burn. It got all of its health back and we are burned and faint to the burn. Oh, that is unfortunate work right there. Now all we have left is Tauros and Blaziken. Two firefighting types staring down at a water type. Oh, I'm in so much pain after that. My poor heart. I'm gonna go for the Thunder Punch into the Pelipper. Here we are with Mega Blaziken joining the fray. I think Blaziken would have been a fun Pokemon to add to Smash Brothers, but that's just me. Okay, Pelipper is wide open. Sinistcha used Protect. Here comes the Thunder Punch. Tauros and Blaziken are both very fast, and with Mega Blaziken sporting the Speed Boost ability, we're just going to continuously get Speed Boost every single turn. And here comes Swampert. And Rain still has about 3 to 5 turns. I think my best course of action here is to go for the close combat into the Swampert and then use Protect to ensure that I get another speed boost and survive one more round. It'd be so funny that I outspeed the Swampert regardless. It didn't Mega Evolve, interestingly enough. Life Orb damage, that's going to hurt us a good bit. Machagacha, Blaziken protects itself. The Tauros dodges it, and Swampert goes for Wave Crash, but Blaziken protects itself from it. I'm going to go ahead and use Raging Bolt into Sinistcha, and I'm going to finish off the Swampert with Flare Blitz. Oh, the Rage Powder. Oh no. We're going to Flare Blitz to the Sinistcha. That actually picks up the KO. Let's see how Tauros fares against this. Oh, that did not do anything. It barely even tickled it. Here comes a Wave Crash into the Blaziken. That's unfortunate right there. Oh, and a critical hit too. I'm not sure if that critical hit mattered, but here we are. Oh, but the recoil damage does manage to take out the Swampert. And now we're looking at one last Pokemon that we're up against. Who is that Pokemon? Who's that Pokemon? It's Charizard. I'm gonna go for the Rock Slide and hope that we get this. It's probably gonna be a Mega Charizard Y. Haven't seen too many Mega Charizard X's around. It's a Mega Charizard Y, so they're gonna change that rain into sun because of the drought ability. When it comes to Mega Charizard, which do y'all prefer between the X and the Y forms? Here comes the Rock Slide. And we were able to get the KO because Tauros was able to outspeed the Charizard, hitting it with an extremely effective Rock Slide. That is GG. Also Life Orb. Life Orb definitely, I think, made a difference. A very close matchup right there. Honestly, I was not sure where that was going to go with this fighting type team. But thanks to that performance, we were able to get out of Great Ball Rank 2 and then make it into Great Ball Rank 1. Again, I personally enjoy fighting type Pokemon. I think they get a bad rep because they come in like at least 2 different forms, being the glass cannons that are fast and hit hard with physical moves. And then there are the slow ones that are meant to tank but still do a little bit of damage. So with that, I see Mimikyu, Raichu, Kangaskhan, Armor Rouge, Mimikyu, Hydrapple, and Swampert. I would like to bring Tauros, but I think this is more... I think this is meant for someone else. I think Hisuian Decidueye will be the choice for this. All right, here we go. This is not a team that I would necessarily say that I see often. There's definitely a good mix of different Pokemon on their team. Swampert and Hydrapple. Super Sweet Syrup. Our invasiveness dropped a good bit. I'm going to go for the Ice Spinner and the Hydrapple, and I'm going to use Trailblaze into that Swampert. Here comes the Ice Spinner. Great damage, great damage. Here comes the Trailblaze into the Swampert, bringing it below half health and giving us an extra added speed boost. Here comes a low kick from Swampert. Low kick. Syrup Bomb. That definitely hurts. However, this is definitely something I was hoping for, so I could use the receiver ability to pick up Pokwobble's Moxie ability. Leftovers on Swampert. I'm going to bring out Blaziken. I'm going to go ahead and use Protect, and I am going to finish off that Swampert with Trailblaze. It's really awesome to see the the Hoenn starters return, and they also have the Mega forms too. Really cool to see this. Here comes the Trailblaze. That should pick up the KO on Swampert. We got the KO. We're going to get the attack boost and a speed boost. Blaziken was able to fend off the Fickle Beam from Hydrapple. I think I'm going to allow Passimian to pick up the KO on Hydrapple. I see Mimikyu here. I'm going to use Knockoff on Mimikyu in case it has a Life Orb. And I'm going to go ahead and use Body Slam onto the Hydrapple. So that's going to give us another boost thanks to Moxie. Here comes Knockoff. We bust the disguise, and I'm assuming it had a Life Orb on it. It had a King's Rock. Play rough into Passimian. Does not, it does a great chunk of damage, but does not pick up the KO. We're going to pop Citrus Berry and give us a great chunk of health back. Blaziken with the speed boost. I wonder who their last Pokemon is. Armarouge. Another Pokemon I want to go ahead and use Knockoff on, and then actually, let me see. Blaziken has 2 speed boosts. Simian has 2 as well. Okay, for Blaziken, I'm going to go for the Flare Blitz on Mimikyu. And for Simian, I'm going to go for Knockoff on the Armarouge. Great damage from Blaziken, picking up the KO on Mimikyu. And Passimian is locking eyes with that Armarouge, getting ready to use Knockoff. Knockoff was enough to take out Armarouge one hit. What item did it have in order to boost the power of Knockoff like that? It had a Citrus Berry. I think that was a great performance from this fighting type team. And the strategy really worked with Passimian picking up Moxie from Quaquaval that fainted prior. Receiver is an underrated tag team sort of ability. The Sun and Moon games introduced a lot of Pokemon that have amazing, I would say, double battle potential when it comes to both abilities and moves. And I think that's around the time we were given the ability Telepathy, which allows us to avoid taking damage from moves that our partner Pokemon uses that happens to get right widespread move. Anywho, into the next match, we have a Garchomp, Meowscarada, Shiny Sylveon, Milotic, Mawile, and a Whimsicott. Off rip, I think I want to do Quaquaval. I want to bring in... I'm trying to think who would be a good doubles partner for this. I'll bring in Blaziken, Passimian, and the final Pokemon is going to be Tauros. It took me a second to see which Pokemon to go for. Milotic would be a bit scary in case of the Intimidate. You don't want to accidentally give a ×2 special attack boost with competitive. Sylveon and Whimsicott are going to be the duo that starts things off here. I'm going to send out Quaquaval and Blaziken. I'm going to start things off with an Aqua Step into the Sylveon, and I'm going to use... I believe Protect would be the best idea for now. Quaquaval and Blaziken are very fast birds. Oh, right. Here we go, locking in. Blaziken with Protect in order to ensure the speed boost and to not take any damage this turn around. Tailwind, I pretty much expected Tailwind to be set up. And then here comes a Hyper Voice that's going to go into my Quaquaval, unfortunately. We're going to get a speed boost from Aqua Step. We hung on to our Focus Sash in order to prevent the one-hit KO. Here comes the Aqua Step. 1 speed boost. Double speed boost. I'm gonna go for another Aqua Step. And I will also be going for a Flare Blitz into the Sylveon. Here comes a Moon Blast that's going to go into the Blaziken. We take it pretty alright. We take it alright. Here comes Blaziken Flare Blitzing into the Sylveon that was able to pick up the KO. Blaziken managed to survive and also pick up a KO. Quaquaval is still kicking. Another speed boost right there. Let's see who that next Pokemon is. I heard Coco in the background. After I asked who is that next Pokemon, I hear Coco in the background. I'm like, I don't remember that Pokemon. Meowscarada. I'm going to use Ice Spinner into the Whimsicott, and I'm going to protect Blaziken. Quick Claw activation. Blaziken with the Protect. Quaquaval still hanging in there on 1 HP. Meowscarada goes for the Play Rough. Is it going to land? No, it goes into Blaziken, but Blaziken was able to protect itself. Quaquaval with the Ice Spinner. Able to pick up the KO on the Whimsicott, now having a being able to get that boost with Moxie, and then Blaziken up at it again with another speed boost. Who's that next Pokemon? It is Mawile, who's going to drop our physical attack with Intimidate. I'm expecting a Sucker Punch coming from that Mawile, so I'm going to Baton Pass, and I also want to go for... I want to use Knockoff on that Meowscarada, but I think I'm going to go ahead and go all in with the Flare Blitz into Meowscarada. This is going to be a Mega Mawile with huge power. Huge power. I really like the design of Mega Mawile. I like how it has more of a yokai-like design in this form. Meowscarada actually takes the... Oh, it's burned. It takes the Flare Blitz damage to nearly half, like, really below half health. It's able to pick up a KO on Blaziken. Well, Quaquaval is going to be able to live another day. Baton passes into a teammate. For this, I'm going to bring out my... Let me see. What were the stat changes? It was... It won't let me show the stat changes. I'm going to bring out Tauros, which is going to have the Intimidate hit both of these Pokemon. While Mawile is also going to be able to use... Oh gosh, that's going to hurt. Ah! Pain! Their Tailwind has petered out. Intimidate. I have an idea. May not be a good idea, but it is an idea. I'm going to use Raging Bull into Mawile, and with Passimian, I'm going to use Tail Blaze. Here comes the Raging Bull into the Mawile. It survives on 1 HP. And the Life Orb damage takes out my Tauros, but we pass on the Intimidate to the Passimian. That's going to drop their attack stat by 1 more. Here comes the Play Rough. Doesn't really do much to us since we dropped their attack stat by a good bit, and it's also burned. Trailblazing into the Meowscarada, taking it out, giving us a speed boost, and now we see, what the Mawile is going to do. It's probably going to go for another Psychic Fangs. No, it goes for Play Rough, and it takes me out, unfortunately. No. Oh, no. Huge power makes such a big difference. Here comes Quaquaval back at it again. I'm expecting a sucker punch on this Pokemon. I'm going to go for a low sweep because why not? I'm expecting Sucker Punch to take me out to end the match. If it doesn't have Sucker Punch, I'd be surprised. It doesn't have Sucker Punch, and the Mawile is gone. Very, very close matchup right there. Cannot be upset. I honestly think that was one of the better matches I've had, like, tonight, with how close it was. GG's all around. And that gets us out of Great Ball rank into Ultra Ball tier rank 4. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And we're on a 3-win streak with these Fighting Mighty Ducks. The Fighting Mighty Ducks. Well, I say Mighty Ducks because 2 of them are like man-bird men. Man-birds? Man-birds? Men-birds? All right. On to the next match with this probably most unorthodox fighting type team. We have Alolan Ninetales, Charizard, Aerodactyl, Basculegion, Garchomp, and Staraptor. For this setup, I am thinking, Tauros, Pissimian, Blaziken, this is a really, really rough idea. And Quaquaval. They locked in their team. We're about to get into this next match. Let's see how this goes. And it's time to battle! Aerodactyl and Ninetales are being sent in from the enemy side. Here comes Tauros and Pissimian. We're going to drop those stats up with Intimidate. We're not able to eat berries, but that's okay. Here comes the Snow Warning with Ninetales. And off rip, I already know what I need to do. I'm going to use Raging Bull into that Ninetales to get rid of any potential Aurora Veils. I'm going to use Trailblaze into that Aerodactyl to give us a bit of a speed boost. I see the Tailwind coming from a mile away. Alola Ninetales is going to be able to sit up or hit us hard with Blizzard. Here comes the Blizzard. Oh yeah, that does a great chunk of damage to us, especially to Pissimian. And we are frozen. Pissimian, no! Tauros with the Raging Bull is not going to let that sit. Alolan Ninetales taken out in one hit. Life Orb damage, ouchie ouchie. Pissimian, please. No, it's still frozen solid. My poor lemur. He can't move it anymore. I have no choice but to keep the fight on strong. I'm going to use Iron Head into the Aerodactyl and then use Trailblaze into the Garchomp. Here comes a nasty, disgusting Rock Slide that doesn't really do much to these bulky lads right here. Here comes Garchomp with an Earthquake, taking advantage of its teammates' ability to stay off the ground with its flying typing. Here comes the Earthquake, and it picks up a double KO into my side. No! Both of my boys, no! Men! They've received the Intimidate ability to drop their attack stat. Very impressive, Pissimian. Even though you couldn't move it anymore, you gave them one nasty look, and they were like, ugh. They were stunned by it. All right, we're going to bring the heat with Blaziken, and we're going to kick things off with Quaquaval. Let me take a look at the status of the Tailwind. Their Tailwind still has 2 more turns. I'm going to go ahead and use Protect, Mega Evolve, and use Protect. And then for Quaquaval, it is its job to use Aqua Step into the Aerodactyl's face. Blaziken is going to surpass his strength and throw fiery punches. Here he is, Mega Blaziken on the True Blue Star side. It's always good to use protection. Protect. Here comes a rock slide. Blaziken isn't phased. Quaquaval, do you dodge it? You do not dodge it. That won't hurt you that much. It's okay, because you're part fighting type. We fight through the odds. Here comes another earthquake. Blaziken is able to fend it off. Quaquaval, unfortunately, is still on the ground. Quaquaval's impressively hanging in there. It's going to kick things off with that Aqua Step into the Aerodactyl. Oh, nearly picking up the KO, and we get the speed boost. Aerodactyl was hanging on to a Focus Sash. Speed boost all around. We have to be wary. I think we need to knock off the Garchomp's. We need to knock off the Garchomp's item and then go for another Aqua Step into the Aerodactyl. I doubt that our speed boost is enough in order to get around this team. Here comes another Rock Slide. I'm hoping that we do not get any flinches. And here comes the Garchomp following up with an Earthquake. Nobody is able to avoid it. Unfortunately, it picks up the double KO into both of my Mighty Ducks right here. That is unfortunately going to be an early GG. We were only able to take out one of the Pokemon, but we had a good time. I need to be sure to hydrate because I've been yapping a lot. Ugh. We're going to shake it off, move on to the next match. We're not going to keep our heads down. We're going to keep moving forward into the next match. And just like that, the next opponent has been found. And let's see, who are we up against? Pelipper, Sneasler, Octodon, Sinistcha, Sableye, Swampert. Gotta catch them all, gotta catch them all. Gotta catch them all, gotta catch them all. Gotta catch them all, gotta catch them all. Gotta catch them all. Gotta catch them all. Pokemon. I wanna be the very best, like no one ever was. Hisuian, Decidueye, Pissimian, Tauros, and last Pokemon. I think we have to bring in Blaziken. We're gonna bring in another mighty fighting bird, my Decidueye. They are a bird keeper, and here we go. Sableye and Sneasler. We're going to use triple arrows into that Sableye, and we're going to set up a Trailblaze as well in order to give us a little bit of a speed boost. Sneasler is most likely going to use a Fake Out on one of us. It went for the Decidueye. It had a Life Orb. Does it have Poison Touch? Poison Touch doesn't activate. I don't think it has it. It can Will-O-Wisp into my poor Pissimian. That's alright. Here comes the Trailblaze. And Hisuian Decidueye is not able to attack this round. We're going to use triple arrows into the Sableye. And then we're going to knock off the item that is going to be on the Sneasler. It probably has a Mental Herb in order to give its defenses, to recover its defenses after using a close combat. Here comes an Encore. Honestly, not the worst thing to hit us with. Trailblaze and Sableye again, giving us another speed boost. Here comes a Poison Jab into my Hisuian Decidueye, and Decidueye does not get a chance to shine whatsoever. The only downside of Hisuian Decidueye is abysmal, his abysmal speed. no speed, despite it being a. I don't know. It's really surprising that it really doesn't have speed like that. Here goes the Intimidate. Mental Herb? No Mental Herb. Alright, now it is an opportunity to go for Raging Bull. And then we're gonna continue using Trailblaze because we got stuck into an Encore. Sneasler, I don't... Oh! Sableye goes for the Rain Dance to reduce the fire type damage. But does Tauros outspeed? The Simeon is outspeeding everybody because of the added speed boost that it's able to get. Close combat into the Passimian. Great chunk of damage. The defenses and special defenses go down. The Life Orb also doesn't aid this. Passimian's hanging on to that Citrus Berry. Tasty. Raging Bull into the Sneasler. Taking... Oh! It survived. It actually survived at 1 HP. Probably thanks to the rain. I'm going to use Rock Slide. And then I'm going to follow up. Let me see. Still stuck in Encore. I'm going to use another Trailblaze. The Sableye is quite annoying. I will definitely say the Sableye is doing its job of being annoying. We're going to take out the Sneasler that was stuck at 1 HP with the Simeon. Getting that added speed boost. We can't really get much... what's the word I'm looking for? We won't really get much benefit from it because it is burned. Burn cuts the physical attack stat in half. Let me see who they're sending out next. Oh dear. That is definitely not good. That is a Pelipper. I'm gonna go for a Body Slam into the Pelipper. Here comes another Encore from the Sableye, locking us into Trailblaze. Life Orb damage. Pelipper is going to be able to set up either with Tailwind or Hurricane. Oh no, it's going straight into the Weather Ball and take out my Tauros. Alright, for this, I'm going to go for Thunder Punch. And for Passimian, I'm going to have it use Trailblaze into Pelipper. The Sableye has been a great hindrance, but it should be gone by the end of this turn. Something about Mega Blaziken is just so satisfying. I think it's the added black to its color scheme. It makes it look like it's wearing like the fiery like black pants. Like fiery it's like black pants with like the fire like insignia on it. Pelipper was able to be taken out thanks to the extremely effective Thunder Punch. Pelipper is gone. Sableye is able to stick another round. Let's see who is that last and final Pokemon. Oh, Swampert. I'm going to Thunder Punch the Sableye, and I'm going to Trailblaze the Swampert. This is most likely a Mega Swampert that's going to try and take advantage of the rain. Here comes the Swift Swim. I suppose the Mega Shiny doesn't look too bad. I knew that you were going to go for the Encore, so I was okay with this. I understand. We're going to Trailblaze into you. Doesn't do too much because of the burn. Thunder Punch. I probably should have used Protect instead, but here we are. Swamper's going to go for the Earthquake. And it's going to be able to take out both of us. Unfortunate turn of events, but I think it was still a good battle at the end of it, with Mega Swampert at the end saving everybody on the enemy side. I say I'll do one more and doubles, and I will swap over to singles depending on how this doubles battle goes. I've been doing doubles for the majority of this stream, so we need to switch it up to singles. Let's have a look at this team whenever it decides to load it. Alright, Vileplume, Torkoal. This seems to be a sunny day team. So Quaquaval probably won't make the cut for this, unfortunately. Sinistcha, let's see, Vileplume, Torkoal, Sinistcha, Venusaur, Charizard, and Cineroar. For this, I'm thinking Tauros, Passimian. Oh, you know what? Let's do Blaziken, Passimian, Tauros, and Medicham. I need to give Medicham a better item instead of leftovers. Maybe I should give it the expert belt or black belt in order to get more damage done with fighting type moves like Drain Punch. Vileplume and Torkoal are going to be the first. I'm going to go ahead and use Protect. And for Passimian here, I'm really thinking on swapping. I'm going to Body Slam the Vileplume instead. Mega Blaziken, we're going to use Protect in order to ensure that we get the speed boost. Vileplume, it probably has Chlorophyll in order to give it an extra speed boost. And Vileplume being deceptively fast after you, so this is an eruption set. That's unfortunate for Passimian. So, I might have an idea here. For this, I'm going to go ahead and take out the Vileplume, and then I am also going to try and hope for a flinch chance with Rock Slide. Tauros is naturally fast. It's actually quite horrifying how fast this bull can move. And then it being a fighting fire type, oh goodness. Here comes a Flare Blitz in the sun. Vileplume hangs on to 1 HP. Ah, Focus Sash. That makes sense. I'm hoping the Rock Slide goes through. It's going to use after you to give Torkoal a chance to use Eruption. Full health Eruption, but the Sun Out still will hurt us. Oh, wow. It even took out Tauros. Oh, it was a critical hit on Tauros, that's why. What I'm going to do here is going to be a little unorthodox. I'm going to use Fake Out on the Torkoal and take out the Vileplume with a knockoff. Fake Out into Torkoal. Finishing off the Vileplume. This actually might be the remedy for this set, actually. If I can somehow keep the Medicham alive and then use Skill Swap to give Blaziken an added boost with pure power. Here comes Charizard. It's too bad that Medicham at this point does not outspeed Blaziken. If I were to have Medicham use Skill Swap earlier on, that would have been insane work. So we have Mega Charizard Y taking advantage of the power of the sun in order to do a lot of damage and also help out his buddy. Here comes the Thunder Punch. 9 HP, no paralysis unfortunately. Here comes a Heat Wave that is going to do more than enough damage to both sides. I think I just gave myself an idea mid-match that I am wanting to try out now. It just depends on how I can get this set up and going. This is going to bring us to the bottom of Ultra Rank 4, but that is okay. It gets rougher the further and further we go up. Pelipper, Dragonite, Basculegion, Sinistcha, Sneasler, and Archlodon. This is for sure a rain team. I'm going to bring out Blaziken, Medicham, Simeon, and for the last Pokemon, I'm thinking Quavel. I would have brought in Tauros because I think Tauros would have been a better counter for the Sneasler and the Basculegion. Charizard Admirer, Archlodon and Pelipper. I'm going to go ahead and use Protect off the rip, and I'm going to use Fake Out into Archlodon. Not a smart idea, because it definitely has stamina in order to boost its physical defense every time it gets hit with an attack. This is a Pokemon that is perfectly... They gave it a really perfect move off the jump. Pelipper here might set up Wide Guard, or it might go for the Hurricane. Or even Weather Ball. Tailwind. That's definitely a smart move to use there. I'm going to go for Thunder Punch into the Pelipper while also using Skill Swap into Blaziken. Pure Power Blaziken. Here comes the Weather Ball. This is going to do a great amount of damage into Blaziken, taking it out, unfortunately. Electro Shot into the Medicham. Yeah. Yeah, it's rough. Sorry for sounding winded there. That just hurts the pride a little bit. Here comes my Quaquaval, and then Passimian. Honestly, I need to nickname him King Julian. Let's use Aqua Step, and let us use Trailblaze. That's going to do a significant amount of damage to Passimian. Picking up the KO. Hurricane being given an extra accuracy boost in the rain is nuts. And then they're going to finish us off in what seems like, let me see. I guess this was 2 turns actually. 2 to 3 turns? All right, I still have my sash. I think I used Aqua Step here. This saddens me. Even with the added speed boost, they have double the speed in the Tailwind. At least we can't drop back to the previous rank that we were in beforehand. I like how the rank up system is where you can't go any lower, if that makes sense. You see what I mean? So like, even if I lost here, I don't like go back to Great Ball rank. I'm still here in Ultra Ball rank. I do like that feature. Unless like, if you take, I wonder if there's like a penalty or like a thing if you keep losing, they like bring you down a rank or so. I wonder. And I wonder if you know what I mean. Rune Regas, Gorge Guys, Hydreigon, Bashiodon, Orangaguru, and Garganacl. For this, I think it's going to be Quaquaval, Passimian, Tauros, and Metacham. I really want to make this Metacham strategy work. I don't think I did it justice by giving it Fake Out. Alright, starting off the next battle here, we have Gourgegeist and Bashiodon kicking things off. Here we go with Quaquaval and Passimian. I'm going to go ahead and use Aqua Step into the Bashiodon and use Knockoff on the Gourgegeist. That's a good amount of damage, bringing it to nearly half. Trick or Treat. Making it into a Ghost type. Knocking off the Quick Claw. Body Press. I think this is an interesting strategy, turning their partner Pokemon into a Ghost type, or adding the Ghost type to it, so it's not affected by fighting type moves. I'm going to use Trailblaze into the Bashiodon. It uses Protect. Let me see. What does the Gourgegeist do? Leech Seed? Trick Room. Leftovers. I'm gonna go for the Aqua Step. And I'm also going to go for the knockoff in the Bashildon. Gorgegeist will be able to have priority. Bashildon will also be able to go first as well. I wonder what their strategy is. Body press. We're going to pop our Citrus Berry. That's going to bring us back into the green side of health. Knock off its item. A critical hit. What item was it holding? Leftovers. Will-O-Wisp. Oh no. Well, that's a hindrance. And not quite anything I could really do about that, too. So, we have 2 speed ups. There's the burn. If I keep a Quavel out, that might benefit Passimian, though. Let me see. 2 speed boosts. Alright. I'm gonna go for the Drain Punch. No. I'm gonna knock off whatever item that Hydreigon has. Draco Meteor. That's gonna definitely KO us. Ow. I'm a little sad that the Passimian strategy wasn't able to go through where I pick up the ability of my fallen comrade. Oh, very close to picking up the KO. This is what I'm thinking right here. This should help us outlast in the Trick Room even just for a little bit. Nice critical hit with the Fake Out on Hydreigon. Hydreigon can't move. Gorgegeist is going to use Trick or Treat and add the Ghost type to the Metacham. Psychic Fighting Ghost. Here comes the last Ice Spinner. That's going to allow us to pick up a Moxie. A boost of attack from Moxie. Still hurt by burn. I really can't do much else with my Quaquaval here. Lowering Guru. I think it's a safe bet to use Baton Pass. And I really want to use Skill Swap so bad. I'm going to use Drain Punch into Hydreigon instead. Energy Ball into my Quaquaval. It still survives it. Hydreigon, what are you going to do? Dark Pulse into my Metacham. I'm hoping that doesn't flinch us. Drain Punch. Gets all of our health back. We get to live for another day as Metacham. And then we get to pull off Baton Pass into Tauros in the back. The battle ended in a forfeit. Understandable, understandable. GG's, GG's. At least we got that win. Now I have an idea of a strategy to do, but I think I might need to run some different moves instead. That might be the case. Let's take a look at what we pick up here. Looks like another training ticket and some more quick coupons. Let me take a look, because I said I was going to also do singles as well. What if I did singles with these guys? I think I could. It's gonna run a bit more differently, but I think I'll be able to do something with this. Let me just see where we starting off with. Delphox, Blaziken, Volcarona, Skeledirge, Incineroar, and Charizard. For this, I'm thinking put Quavel, Tauros, this is a yikes. I suppose Blaziken. This is an entire entire fire type team. Consisting of, looks like 4 starters, Volcarona. It's a lot. I wouldn't be surprised. Oh, they start off with Charizard first. Off rip, I'm gonna go ahead and use Aqua Step. Charizard outspeeds Quaquaval. We hang on to 4 HP. I'm hoping we don't get flinched. We get flinched. This is an unfortunate turn of events right here. Quaquaval being taken out by a Charizard because an Air Slash that actually gave them the flinch. Well, I'm gonna do what they did in the anime and have Blaziken take the lead here. We're going to use Protect so we can get that 1 speed boost. Air Slash, like I thought. It's just like the anime when Ash, his Charizard went up against a Blaziken and lost. We're going to go in with a Thunder Punch. Great damage. Can we get a Paralyze? That's unfortunate. This is what I mean by fighting type Pokemon coming in different flavors, where we have the speedy physical attackers and we have the bulky ones that are really slow but hit hard. So Charizard is out. We're about to see who's next. Is it Skeledirge? Delphox. Is it a Mega Delphox is the question. It is a Mega Delphox. Another question. Does it outspeed Tauros? I'm really hoping it does not. It does. And it gets the KO with Psychic. I think the added boost from the Mega form really does it, but then again, Tauros does not have really good defenses. It's a glass cannon type of fighting type Pokemon. I think I want to try that again with the fighting type Pokemon. They deserve their recognition and love just like every Pokemon does. There's maybe like a small handful I'll probably like say maybe not as much love because like I don't know. There's with Pokemon there's Pokemon out there for everyone. Snorlax, Hawlucha, Abomasnow, King Toilet, Beedrill, and Hydreigon. Okay. I think we can work with this. Yeah, I think we can work with this. Majority of them have a fighting type weakness. And just like that, they're going to bring out Beedrill from the jump. I have Quaquaval here.
because I think Quaquaval would make a great support Pokemon with how it can set up the Aqua Step and it can use Baton Pass as well. Beedrill does not take that too well, and it goes for an X Scissor. I was definitely expecting a Mega Beedrill. I think Mega Beedrill has adaptability, and that's what makes it really scary. We're going to get a Moxie boost, and we're going to have ×2 speed. Quaquaval can be quite intimidating when left unchecked. Ah, here comes King Toilet himself with pressure. I think I'm just going to go for a low sweep here. Is this going to be my first ever Quaquaval sweep? So we're going to get another attack boost while being ×2 attack. ×2 attack, ×2 speed. Here we go with another low sweep to Snorlax. Okay, this is our first ever Quaquaval sweep. Okay, no, that's acceptable. Not what I was intending to do, but I mean, hey, it works. I'll take it. GG's though, GG's. On to the next battle. Let me see. Excelente. Dragonite, Blaziken, Basculegion, Rotom, Aegislash, and Mimikyu. Okay. I'm going to do Quaquaval, Decidueye, and I'm also going to do Tauros. I have an interesting idea for this right here. I'm hoping to be able to execute this plan. Aegislash off the jump. Here comes Quaquaval. Can we get an Aqua Step, or is it going to use King Shield? $69. Nice. Stance change. Shadow Ball. I'm gonna go for a Baton Pass. It might have Shadows. Yep, Shadow Sneak. So the strategy I was going to do was try and set up Quaquaval and then use Baton Pass into my Hisuian Decidueye. That was the idea that I had. For this, I think I just need to go ahead and bring out Decidueye. And then proceed to use Low Sweep. Stance change. King's Shield. Low Sweep. Hits the shield. Does it reduce our attack? It does. Stance change. Or is it going to swap? Speed drop. Stance change. Shadow Ball. Takes it better. I really wanted to give a chance for my Hisuian Decidueye to pop off, or give it like some time to shine, because it didn't really get a chance to do so. Here's Mimikyu. Swords Dance, because it does outspeed us. Defense drop. I say thank goodness for the defense drop. leftovers, so it gets a little bit of health back. I'm thinking low sweep in order to drop its speed. Definitely saw that coming for sure. Mimikyu I don't think is entirely that fast. Decidueye is just that slow of a Pokemon. Again, it's really criminal that the Alolan starters didn't really get like the best like mix of stats, it feels like, in comparison to like other gens. Alright, I'm gonna go for Iron Head into the Mimikyu. It's probably gonna go for Shadow Sneak. If it goes for Shadow Sneak, it's gonna do a lot of damage to us. We were able to use Intimidate on it to reduce the attack stat. Its defense was dropped one stat thanks to Decidueye. Iron Head was more than enough. Next to, now we're on the very last Pokemon. Who is that Pokemon? Dasky Legion. I shouldn't be entirely surprised. I should not be entirely surprised. Can we get a flinch? Can we get a flinch? Come on. Yes, we get a flinch. 30% chance, 20% chance. So there's 30% chance of flinch. Here comes another Rock Slide for some pretty decent damage. I'm hoping for another flinch. Otherwise, we lose here. It has a Citrus Berry. Surf? I was not expecting a special attack in Basky Legion. Do the male and female Basky Legions have different stat points? Or they were just running the special one for the giggles? Unfortunately, that brings us to the bottom of Pokeball Tier 3. I want to run this again. I might have to switch up fighting type Pokemon, or I might have to switch up their move pools. Moves and abilities. Alright, let's take a look at Altaria, King Toilet, Arcanine, Heracross, Hawlucha, and Victory Bell. 1, 2, 3. 4 of these Pokemon are potential Mega Pokemon. I'm going to bring out Quavel. I think Tauros and oh boy, Blaziken. Yeah, no. If I'm gonna run this as if I'm gonna run them as like a team for singles, they're definitely gonna have to be tuned up or have their moves changed around a little bit. Heracross is going to come into the battle first. It's going to meet Quavel. This is probably a Heracross with Moxie, just like my Quavel here. I'm going to try and give myself as much of a boost as possible with speed. We hit pretty decently hard. Here comes a Seismic Toss. Pretty alright damage. I think Seismic Toss is like HP based, so like depending on how much HP you have, it does that much damage, or is it by level? I don't recall. So Heracross goes down to the 2-hit Aqua Step, and we're going to get a attack boost with Moxie. Cloud9. I think we go for Ice Spinner here. Altaria goes down. We're going to get another attack boost while also being at ×2 speed as well. King Gambit with pressure, and right here we go for a low sweep. And that is another Quaquaval sweep right there. Quaquaval sweeping again. I suppose Quaquaval is better in singles than it is in doubles. Let's see, does that get us to Pokeball? Yep, we are up Pokeball rank 2, thanks to Quaquaval's, another Quaquaval sweep. Let's see, I need to get a little bit of more hydration. Alright, I see Aegislash, Basculegion, Raichu, Primarina, Mimikyu, and Excadrill. For this, I'm thinking Quaquaval, Decidueye, and for my last Pokemon, I am thinking Tauros. They have 3 ghost type Pokemon, 2 water types, 1 electric, 2 steel, 1 ground. They're on a 2-win streak. Mimikyu is going to come in. I'm expecting a Swords Dance Mimikyu. I'm going to go ahead and use Aqua Step to go ahead and give ourselves that much needed speed boost. Disguise has been busted up. Here comes Swords Dance, I'm anticipating. Nope, it goes into the Play Rough, which we survive 1 HP on. Again, definitely a Pokemon with Shadow Sneak, I think. I'm looking at my options here. Again, like it should just be second nature to anticipate the Shadow Sneak. Let's bring in Tauros so we can drop that attack stat of that Mimikyu. And we're gonna go for the Iron Head. Do they keep Mimikyu in, or they're going to risk a swap in with a mighty Tauros right in front of them? I'm waiting to see what they're going to do. They're taking their time with deciding what to do here. Oh, they're actually going to swap out into Primarina. Not too much damage. Then again, it isn't stab. Okay. I say let's go for another Iron Head in hopes for a flinch chance. Even though it's only 20% chance. Please flinch. Eats a Citrus Berry to get most of its health back. Sparkling Aurora. Sparkling Aria. There we go. That's going to be the end of Tauros, and then we are face to face with this Primarina with our Hisuian Decidueye. That Primarina. Oh no, it doesn't outspeed us. We get the Leaf Blade. Is it a crit? It was a critical hit. They still have their Mimikyu left that they can bring in order to. Yeah. I'm going to go for Leaf Blade because Play Rough is going to hit us really hard. Oh, that's all she wrote. Again, I really. Oh, it was a critical hit. I'm not sure. I really doubt that the crit really mattered. Oh, I'm sad. I'm a little sad. GG's though, GG's. I think that dropped us again, I think we went from 2 to 3. No, we're still in 2. Let's go ahead and back out. And let's collect the teammate ticket and the training ticket. Do I risk it for the biscuit and recruit another Pokemon? I don't see why not. And plus we have a lot of quick coupons. There we go. Umbreon, Swampert, Arclodon, Appleton. Love Appleton so much. Hisuian Zoroark, Sableye, Infernape, Stunfisk, Grimmsnarl, Espeon. I will temporarily hang on to this Appleton for the time being. Appleton is an adorable little Pokemon. I absolutely love Appleton so much to the point to where I really want to get the Appleton plushie. No luck on finding it or being able to order it online because, of course, I'm not a big fan of Scrafty, Fortress, Heliolisk, Frufru. Let's pick up the Pongoro. And we will recruit one more. Let's see who that Pokemon is. Conkeldurr, Weirdeer, Samurott, Whimsicott, Vanillix, I don't know, Tinkaton, Goldingo, Palafin, Gorgegeist. I say Conkeldurr. Let me take a look at the time real quick. How long have we been live for? Wow. Time definitely does fly. Let me see. Alright, Space Cowboys and Cowgirls and Pokemon trainers, I'm going to send you guys over to Mass Keaton, who is currently live right now. Well, I believe he's still continuing his grind or his playthrough of the Black Ops. Let me see. I'm pretty sure it was Call of Duty Black Ops 2. Yes. Thank y'all for hanging out, chilling out. I appreciate every single one of y'all. Lurkers and all. Lurkers are people too. Alright. Y'all rest up. Y'all have a good night. Rest well. Take care of yourselves. Stay hydrated. And always remember that tomorrow is a brand new day. Alright, nerds. Y'all rest up. And I will catch you all later.